Yo, I misclick. Ah, what's up, Ray? And Yua, Yellow. Yeah, I forgot. Probably something first. So I forgot it's dinner time. So we're gonna watch some video first. Wow, honeybee, it's such a thing. Honeybee, honeybee. Oh, wow. Okay. Uh, 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 uh. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, hold up. I forget I have to do this every time.
Oh my god, guys! My
My
water
water
disappeared!
disappeared.
Wow, stream, look at that game.
And this save.
Overdo it, pleasure.
Ah, it doesn't. Hold up. Yes, sir. Yeah, the sudo thing. Don't worry about the alerts. I just set it up.
No fuck you would no underscore dev wide people happy, middle finger.
Middle finger. Yeah, I got a VR. We did it last time. I reveal it on stream. Woo! Been a week now. What VR? Quest 2. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty well. It got its own issues, but I'm glad I went with Quest 2 rather than some PC VR. Isn't right now because the wireless. Oh boy, the wireless is good. Like when you just want to do wireless, fuck yeah. I've spent 12 minutes. I'm not gonna get full body anytime soon. It's it's too expensive. For what it is. I'm planning to wait for Slime VR or building my own Slime VR rather than uh you know rather than getting a 5 tracker. Because to be fair, I don't stream VR that often. It's gonna be like once in a while. So I gotta compensate my budget as well. Unless I am gonna stream VR mainly, sure, but no, I don't think so. I'm just gonna play VR off stream most of the time. Not really my thing. If you can build Slime VR, I'm gonna go ask you to build for me as well. Oh shit. We'll see, we'll see. It's kind of fun. Interesting. My main concern is probably just uh, the the availability of the chips, because you know, chip shortage is everywhere, and I'm pretty sure some of the chips that's required to build Slime VR is also rare. But I don't know. I haven't done my research, so we'll see. Right? Yeah, the IMU. So, but if I could, I'm gonna do it. It'll be chill. And it use Wi-Fi capability rather than sensor. So that's gonna be a lot more freedom. Even though it's statistically it's less accurate, but you know, I don't really have to get a lighthouse. You tell me? Gotcha, gotcha. No plan anytime soon, but we'll see. You're probably gonna see me announce it on stream or some shit when I decided to do it. But yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, let me change it to just chatting real quick since I'm eating. Oh shit. Is it spicy? Fuck. Whew. Sorry for the ASMR shit. Oh my god. I told him to not lower the spicy level. Yes, right. I'm very spicy. Wong Wong. What's up, Sibo? How you doing? You at work? It's true. Got home? Hell yeah. How's work, dude? Chillin'? It was work. Gotcha. Oh. Unpleasant and pain in the ass. Relatable. Shit. I just realized I have a couple drawings I haven't continued. Oh, this one's gonna be pain in the ass. Why I decided to draw her. Oh, let me finish my food real quick. And get on with this. Oh, by the way, since I have some VR peeps in the chat, do you guys know that one VR game? I saw this a long time ago, like last year or some shit, where you kind of like write some kind of a space music ship, like it moves forward kind of shit, and then there's like a bunch of tools, instrument, like really weird futuristic instrument, and you can play around to make a music with it. It's a VR game, but I cannot find it for some reason. It's like some kind of a make your own music with what the game have kind of shit. And I do notice it's not that popular, but I really, really want to try it. I just cannot find it for some reason. Never heard of it? Yeah, it's not that popular. I remember back then I saw Pokelols play it on stream, and I was like, holy shit, wait, this is fun. But I forget what it's called, because he only played it once, and I never see anyone play it. So that's probably why you never heard of it. Let me see if I can find the clip. Oh my god, I immediately found it. All I gotta do is just type in the YouTube Pokelols space music. And we already found it. Oh fuck. This shit. Electronauts. Oh wait, you guys cannot see it. Sorry. Oh, we got a fucker in the chat. Cute. Hold up. There we go. This is an old clip from 2018. But it looks sick. Right? And I kind of understand why a lot of people haven't played this or not interested with this game. But I really, really, really like it. You've seen it? Done with my food. Oh my god, so good.
Ooh, hey.
C. Electronauts. It's only $10. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a try. I'll buy it later though, because I probably cannot download it right now. Ooh, well, let me get my coffee, and we'll start the stream. Also, ooh, still going.
I don't like that one.
Is Beat Saber fully DMCA shit now? Like, is it unstreamable now? Because that kind of sucks. Because I actually kind of want to play it. But I've never seen anyone play Beat Saber anymore. So, I'm assuming it's not streamable. Hold up. What do you mean? My favorite group always stream Beat Saber? Wait, how about DMCA though? It have like a lot of copyrighted music though, right? Or do you guys do the VOD, audio VOD? So that in the VOD, it's gonna be like just empty sound. You know? When should we work on first? This one's actually almost done. Oshi ete yoru ni hase omoi ma. Some songs is muted later on VOD, but most of them are not. But that's kind of scary. Like, I might get the DMCA shit in the future when they detected it. Cause sure, Twitch can mute some of the copyrighted song in the VOD, but the MCA was really annoyed by it that people can still stream music live, even though it's muted on VOD later on. So they kind of like try to scare everyone, like, oh, we do have like a live detection music shit. So even if you play live and it's gonna get muted later, you're gonna get DMCA lawsuit in the future. Bada bing, bada boom. No. DMCA sucks balls, dude. They're not fun. Boo. I guess we'll see. I'll definitely get the game though, whether I'm gonna stream it or not, because I do like rhythm game. And I feel like it can be like some kind of a fun, like, you know, body exercise. I don't know about that, but most of the Japanese players still regularly play it on stream. Probably because the songs are not DMCA. Like most songs, if it's like anime songs or like Japanese songs, they're not covered by DMCA copyright system. Most DMCA copyright system is like Sony Entertainment, UMG, you know, the Billie Eilish, those kind of stuff. Oh. Gara! With the resub for 26 months! What the fuck? Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Welcome. Thank you for the support. How you doing? Drawing a fanboy? Yeah. Alright. Yeah. The friend I met on VR chat, okay? It was cool. I want to draw him. Okay? You probably know him. Friend with K. Okay, chat, calm down. But Vion. She looks fucking badass. He's a good friend, okay? Chill out. You guys know I sometimes like to draw people in VR chat. Selkuth, Onesin, Perry, K, a lot of people. Yua. Especially if I really like their avatars or we hang out and shit. Yeah, you figured it out. Probably because of the green color. He's such a nice guy. A nice fellas. Oh my god, my throat. Okay. Hold up. I need my reference. Where did I put the reference? Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Did I deleted it by accident? Oh shit. Hold up, chat. Dude, my throat is dying right now. Okay. Actually, hold up. It's pretty grounded. Oh, come on. Mm. Jesus. Sorry. I don't know why my throat's so dry today. Not enough pizza. Actually, I haven't had a pizza for months now. I could get some pizza. It's been so long. Not like an everyday food here. Probably because of this. Good one. Yeah, what's the most popular pizza restaurant or thingy thing at your place? Kind of curious, cause pizza, like food, restaurant or some shit like that's not that common here. At least the fast food one. There are some fancy ones, but that's kind of out of the question. In the States, yeah, sure. Because if I'm gonna say mine, you guys gonna be surprised. On what's the most popular pizza here? You mean cheap every day? Well, doesn't have to be cheap, but like affordable and good. Like a lot of people good like it. Like if you rank it in terms of like just overall rank, you know, like oh yeah, I would buy it right now kind of pizza. Wait, Pizza Hut's actually still good? I thought Pizza Hut down bad there. Okay, enough of this song. Go often. Where's Rich Brian, brother? Papa Murphy's. Ooh, never heard of it. I do have Papa Ron's here. So in my place, there are only like so much pizza options here. Pizza Hut, obviously the most dominating one. Domino is probably comes close, like probably on par right now. Domino's. Papa Ron's is like dying. Uh, uh, fuck, I forget the name. Like people consider Pizza Hut is like the most like good shit. Pizza Ron, we got Papa John. Yeah, I don't have Papa John here. I guess it's some kind of like a the similar thing to Papa John. Like they're trying to go for that name without actually hitting the copyright. Oh, what's Pepperons. Pizza Hut is Mac, you eat it because it's cheap. True. True. But it was good though back then. Like it was like the good stuff back then. Before there's a lot of competition coming in. Pizza Hut dominating the world back then. Almost as big as McDonald's or, stuff like that. In terms of like fast food chain. Here in the Philippines, we don't really have big pizza, so when we finally got Costco Pizza Place, literally thought it was heaven sent or something. No shot. Damn, I feel bad. Hey, you know what? It is what it is, man. It is what it is. That's interesting, though. I see, I see. I mean, it's not as bad. It's not all that good either here. Like, I mean, I guess some people, most people in Indonesia just like feel Pizza Hut and Domino's are like good enough, and they won't like they keep buying them. So Pizza Hut and like the top dogs doesn't have a competition. So if I want a really good pizza shit, I gotta go to like some fancy bar, resto shit. I've only had it a few times. Costco's not paying for a membership. What? You can make a really good pizza at home? I actually don't know. I mean, sure, but I never really tried it. Because, cooking a pizza, I don't have oven or some shit like that. You gotta like fully baked it. Da 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 da. Is it super easy? No 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 no. Fuck that. Mhm mhm. No oven? Do you got a toaster oven? Nope. I could buy it though. I just don't eat a lot of breads and toast stuff. I'm a more of a rice guy, so I do have a rice cooker. But I should try to expand my fucking kitchen utilities. It's been a while. Da 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 da. Fuck that. I've always been just made rice in a pot. Yeah, yeah, I know that one as well. But it's Asia, man. We Asian use rice cooker, and that's about it. If you cook rice without a rice cooker here, you're fucked. You have to cook a rice with a rice cooker. It's just the norm. It's the culture. Every household have to have a rice cooker. Welcome to the rice field, motherfucker. Well, for something compare here, we have cars. True. Okay, we do have cars as well, okay? It's just not that much of an option locally. So you do have to import a lot of shit. Me without a rice cooker, dang, okay, let me just eat it raw then. True. Oh, you need a car. Why so? In here, it's the other way. You don't really need a car, but you do need a bike, at least. Some kind of a personal transportation at the least. Ooh, okay. We have no public transportation. Oh yeah. Oh shit, I just realized that. Oh my god. That's not a thing in America. Oh my god. I never thought of that. Holy shit. How the fuck do you guys live normally there? Jesus. Okay, no wonder. Now that explains. Oh, that's rough, dude. That's rough. Like, public transportation here is like a mandatory. Some people just don't buy transportation, personal transportation, that early in life. They save up for a house and marriage first. Most normal peeps. Unless you live in one of the big city up north. Oh, like the tram and shit like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Damn. How about bikes? Is bikes common there? Or is it just like one of those toys? Like a hobby? Because I'm assuming in America, bikes is treated as a hobby rather than a personal transportation. In most cases. Only in some cities. If you got a rice cooker, you consider rich. True. I see, I see. And here, if America have people must have cars, and here people must have bikes at the most least. Well, so yeah, public transport. I mean, personal transportation is still a thing, but it's not like a must have immediately the moment you graduate school or some shit like that. Like your parents giving you your parents driving you to fucking car sale thingy thing to buy you a car for your graduation shit. Like, that's not a thing here. Like, you want a car, you go save up yourself, or you use your parents' car. That's it. I got my first car at 6. Yeah, that is not a thing here. Yeah, I see, I see. That's interesting. Like, I even finally, like, fully know how to drive a car like 2 years ago. Like, I've been learning like, you know, driving and shit like that since 18, but I just don't like it because at the time where I live at, traffic jam is like the most common shit. So driving cars is just like the worst shit ever compared to like driving my own bike. So when I started living by myself, instead of getting a car, I decided to get a bike. A lot cheaper, and I can do a lot of fun stuff with it. Oh. No, with 100 beatsies. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it. How you doing? Welcome. It's not like it's brand new. It's an old piece of shit. Hey, a car is a car. You know? You gotta start somewhere. But I also do have like my own dream car as well that I would like to own someday. Like Sylvia, Nissan Sylvia. It's probably one of my dream car. Or I don't really like my thing is a Japanese sedan. Those sexy oh my god. Sexy stuffs. JDM. Couldn't take public transport till I was 17 and this man has his own car at 6. Hey. That's the States. Is it traffic jam and Rex and Rex? Oh, Rex every day. Yeah. It is what it is. I don't have a dream car. I hate driving. I mean, I guess it depends. Like, I also hate driving when it's traffic everywhere or some shit like that. Like, if you live in, like, you know, the more, what's the word? Rural area, like, traffic is not common, or you like to bring it to the track and shit like that. Like, that's what I meant when I said I have a dream car. I would like to drive it around for fun, kind of thing, rather than just a transportation. I would modify it up to my own likings and shit like that. Like, that's my goal. Basically a hobby car. But if you hate traffic, trust me, I'm pretty sure everyone hates traffic. Traffic sucks balls. This is weird, but my dream car is that old car from Initial D, the 86 Trueno. Yeah, I mean, it's a sick car. I would love to own it as well, but that shit is so rare, and like it's considered a classic, and everyone wants it. So, I mean, you know, it's good to have a dream car. That's true. I would like to own one as well, but I'm not putting that on the top of my priority list. I do have like several cars that I wanted to have. Wait, why couldn't you just take public transport till you were 17? I mean, I guess it kind of depends. I did get I didn't really take public transport when I was in high school. Instead, it's like a school driver shit. Like a bus driver but not a bus. Like school bus but not a school bus. But the drivers you know, you drive kids to school every day for a living kind of shit. Like that's a job here. Is it age restrict? Not really, but you know, if it's like long distance and shit like that, the danger is pretty fucking obvious. Yeah, especially in Indonesia. Like, how do I say this? At least for me, or based on my experience, public transport here is not the, except train and MRT kind of shit, sure. But like bus or like public bus or some shit like that, that is like no robbery, you know, all kind of bad shit can happen there. Like it's like the most unmoderated public transport. Super scary. So it's kind of normal for parents to not want their kids to drive this to go to school with public transport. But it's not rare either. It's a thing. It's just that most it's kind of like depends on the 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 the, the people, the parents. My parents was really concerned, so they send me to school with the driver guy thing, the school drive or school bus thing. I did get a bike though, around 17 or 16 years old, and starting that, I started to go to school by with a bike by myself. Now I just fell in love with bikes. I got a Yamaha Fiction now. My baby. It's a blue Fiction R. Some good stuff. It's not fancy. It's nothing fancy, nothing like super expensive or some shit like that, but it drives really good and it's so good to take care of. Efficient on the fuel, really nice to drive with, and it looks sick. The only downside is that it doesn't have a baggage. So if I want to bring things with me, I do have to have a dedicated backpack around. Gets you around, yeah, beast. Like this bad boy. Eh, is it? There we go. But I slightly modified it a little bit. It's kind of looks different. Bus fights, we got that pastime too. Me without a vehicle, dang, okay, let me walk to the park while eating my raw Jesus Christ, dude. Calm down. It's okay, man. It's okay. Oh my god. I got a Benelli. You got a Benelli? Oh my god. Dude, I love big bikes. Not like love, but my dad is also a big bikes, like a big boy bikes. He have like two BSA and Kaiser. So I kind of grew up with it. Oh shit, that looks good. That looks sick. I like that. Now that you mention it, I my dad recently revived his 1964, no, 1940 or 1954 BSA. It's sick, dude. Oh my god. I'm so glad he revived it. Uh I I forget what it's called. BSA something something. It's a 1960 or 1950 model. But yeah. Oh man. You got a good price on it. And since my dad also liked that kind of bike, so yeah, I get that one. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah. My dad actually almost wanna like offer me to get those kind of bike as well to go to school, but I was too embarrassed because it's loud as fuck, and people look at you when you drive those, especially BSA. He was like, "Yo, Rad, you wanna revive my bike? You can get it. You can bring it to school or something." I was like, "Nah, nah, Dad, I'm good. I'm good, thank you." I would love to drive it around like somewhere else, but not school. I don't think so. It's way too much of an attention for me. It's like every day when my dad turn it up to to maintain it and shit. It's loud. It's loud as fuck. It became my alarm for like a couple of years. Like the whole fucking house rumbles when that shit's on. Oh shit, wrong layer. Ah, goddammit. No. Um. Hmm. By the way, is there any new games recently? Like, I actually have been missing out on anything gaming related for past 2 weeks or this whole week. I've just been busy with work, and then after work, I just go to VR chat. You just chillax, because I'm just too fucking tired with work recently. Also, next week, the Game Awards. Oh my god, dude. That's gotta be exciting. Oh, cannot wait. Gotta see some new shit, bro. Bloodborne on PC. Let's go, please. Metroid Dread has been kick-ass. Yeah, dude. Oh my god. I've been really thinking about actually getting an fucking Switch, but every time I want to get it, is like they can't release a new console, right? It's coming. Like it's coming. It's probably in 2 months. It's coming. I'm sure. I've been saying that for like past few months. Like, and they release new OLED shit. I was like, oh fuck, is it coming? Should I wait? This one I just don't know. You are my son. Only new update, I guess, but not sure if there's like new game. I guess every developer or like at least the big ones are saving their announcement for Game Awards because all the gamers' eyes are on the Game Awards. We're gonna watch that live, chat. I'm actually excited. They're probably gonna have some really good shit. You know what I've been really waiting for? Other than obviously Elden Ring, right? Like, literally already the best game of all time. Fucking, what is it called? Oh, I forget the name of the game. My mind. Oh, baby, can't get you out of my mind. Uh, oh, there's a rumor that there's a new Silent Hill in the making. It's not in-house by Konami. Do not worry. So it's gonna be made by. So Konami, basically, uh, not really giving out. Like they offering some outsourcing developer to make Silent Hill. That's the rumor. And not only that, they're also outsourcing Metal Gear Solid. Yes. Now I get it. Konami, boo, fuck them, right? I get it, but they're outsourcing developers, so it's not gonna be made by the Konami people. It's gotta be made by some people who actually passionate about those games. So that I'm really excited. And I heard that Kojima is making a horror game. Well, at least he said it in one of the interview. He's like he's interested in bringing back a horror game after the huge positive uh feedback from people about the PT Silent Hill that he made that got canceled. That would be fucking amazing. But I'm not gonna put my hopes in that too much. Because I remember in one of the interview he actually scared or like uh, doesn't like doing it because he get nightmares from the game. Like I remember one of the interview he literally said while in the making of PT Silent Hill I've been getting nightmares and stuff. I was like, wait, what? Damn. Not gonna lie though, the fucking PT Silent Hill game is really fucked up. That shit is a fucking creepy motherfucker. But I guess that means that if you want to make a really good horror game, you are gonna get a really scary nightmare from it. It just comes with it. But I don't know, I'm kind of a huge bitch when it comes to horror. I couldn't even beat Amnesia. Oh, come on, dude. Amnesia is such a good game. You gotta push it. It's so good. You can play horror maps in VR chat. You can finish Amnesia. What do you mean? It's not. Like, especially now. It's just a bunch of, unpredicted jump scares here and there, yes. And the chase is like kind of scary sometimes. I can't do a horror map in VR, cry the whole time. Oh my god. We should play horror map together once a while. It'll be fun. Shit. I haven't played a single horror map ever since I get a VR. I need to try that. It's probably a lot more fun. If you want to know S1 Sin, wait, what? What happened? Wait, do you actually cry? Are you kidding me? Wait, hold up. Maybe it isn't actually a scary map. What map was it? Cause some of the horror map that I played has been kind of like meh, except a few. I don't even want to say. Oh no. I'm up that. The Slenderman ones? There's a Slenderman one in VR chat? I haven't played that. I don't know. Is it like a direct translation of like the original Slenderman game, but like in VR, chat? To be fair, Slenderman, the OG game's already kind of scary in the first place. It's like creepy shit. Mm. That shit actually creepy. Especially if you play it for the first time, like, goddamn. It's fucking which one's left? You should have say that when he's here. You should have waited. Oh my god. Oh no. I see. The traumatic experience. Oh my god. Yeah, once in when he play fucking horror maps, he tends to rush it. Like, goddamn. Every time we play a horror map together, he always like go past through the shit. Like, dude, wait, hold the fucking up, dude. Jesus. Oh my god. Well, when you've been playing horror maps for yes, still though. But yeah, I get it though. Some of the VR chat horror maps seems a little bit too similar here and there. Like you can almost see the pattern. Like most of VR chat horror maps that I've been playing, some of them really spam the fucking jump scares to the point where it's like I shot, like I jumped, oh, but then like what? Like that's it. Like it's just a spam of jump scare shit. Like, bro, no, give me some intense shit, some creepy vibe. You know? We should find some good map. Mhm. I'll play a lot of know a few. Hell yeah, we could. Down, I'm down. Have you played Backhand in VRC? Nope. But then again, I do like forgot most of the name of the map kind of thing. So I probably have, but I just never really knew the name kind of thing. So not sure until I see it myself. My favorite map? Oh shit. Give it a try then. I remember Kay told me as well there's like really good I wouldn't it's not necessarily a horror map, but like it's a good map in general. But it is some kind of a creepy vibe to it. I forget what it's called. I'll ask her later. such a good puzzle game. Oh yeah, I want to do those as well. Like puzzle games map. That would be fun. Puzzle game in VR can give me headache. Yeah. Well, most of them, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. There are some really dumb puzzle maps out there. There are places like, what? What? So yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's not easy to make a really good puzzle game or just puzzle period. Like a good puzzle is highly appreciated, highly respected. I mean, it's not easy to make a good puzzle game that makes you feel smart when you finish. It's like holy shit, you know what I mean? Like one of my favorite puzzle games is probably
Here's the have one here. Okay, listen, hear me out.
Saiketo157. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. One of my favorite puzzle games is probably The Witness. That shit is fucking sick. Even though it is kind of a pretty different type of puzzle game, but I love The Witness. The Witness and Outer Wilds. Holy fuck. Outer Wilds is like one of my game of the year. If you guys in the chat never heard or never played Outer Wilds, go to Steam right now, buy it, download it, and play it when you want. Such a masterpiece. Not a lot of people know about it because the name resembles one of the AAA games called Outer something something, the Oblivion game. So it gets overshadowed by a AAA game. I remember playing Puzzle Map with Venice. I only last for about 30 minutes. Yeah, we used to play a lot of Puzzle Map back then. What brush you used to to lines? For lines, I use a it's in Japanese. It's a custom brush from the Clip Studio Paint workshop. It's basically just like a pencil pattern style kind of thing. There's a ton of them. You guys you can just check it out on Clip Studio Workshop. And for color I use default. Have you played Deponia? I haven't, but I do have that game in the library because it was so cheap back then. Is it good? I noticed it's pretty popular. Just haven't got my time. I got a time to try it out. It's a great story. Ooh. Yeah, I do notice it's pretty fucking popular. But I guess it's only popular among puzzle games. Peeps or like point and click is like the genre, right? Maybe that's why. I don't mind point and click if it's actually really fucking good. Like The Room is technically point and click. And another one of my favorite point and click puzzle game is probably the Root. Hold up. The Rusty Lake series. That shit is a horror theme puzzle, a point and click puzzle. but oh my god, the puzzles and the story they have, and that the lore in the puzzle is just so good. I might not be a big fan of the gameplay, but a really good point and click puzzle game is really really good. Can be really. Oh my god, sorry. Well, Deponia is that, yeah. I'll install it, see what's up. It's a comedy? Gotcha. Good comedies. Okay, I can use some good comedy game. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, I keep forgetting to turn this shit on. Actually, let me just close this. Oh. Mm. There we go. Okay. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. I think the hair is a little bit too dark. Hold up. Oh my God, the picture is drowned by chat. Ah, fuck, sorry. Hmm. Hmm. Gotta be careful to not show this browser on stream. Some really, some stuff that Twitch admins would not be happy if I show this on stream. Whew. Where the fuck is this? Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay, I fucked up. God damn it! It's the other way around. The hair is dark, almost pitch black. Jacket is a little bit grayish. Na 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 na. You. Na 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 na. There we go. Oh my god. Okay. Looking good. Let's put this around 10. Oops. Wrong layer. Ah, fuck. Hey. Clean this. Ooh. Okay, I'm not liking this stuff right now. Hey, chicken on me? Oh. Oh, also, I just realized. Is there a way for I'm not sure. I actually haven't really do some research, but is there a way for like for me to stream a game that I played directly from Quest? Because Resident Evil 4 VR is like Oculus Quest exclusive, and I have no idea how the fuck can I stream it to Twitch if I stream directly from Quest. You know, it's not going through Oculus Link, obviously. I wonder if that's actually possible considering it's a thingy thing. Stream it to the browser cast? Do I need like a is it how do I say it? Is it connected through Link? Oculus Link? That's through normal Wi-Fi. Okay. So basically I'm gonna stream my Oculus to my PC, and then through PC I'm gonna stream those browser shit to OBS. Oh shit. I don't know if I have enough upload speed for 2. Hopefully I do. I'll check. I'll test it out off stream first. See what's up. Oh. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Breadable. God damn it. Shit. I don't want to die. Oh, it's stupid. Do 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 do. Right. I'll do for now. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. Hmm. Da, 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 da. Oh my god. Wait, are we dropping? My internet is all over the place. Gee. Um, whoa. No, 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 no. No, no. Hmm. Whoa. No, 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 no. Mm-hmm. How is this in display? The fuck? Ba-dee-dee-da-da-da-da-da. Back up. Oh shit. Oh my god. Whew. Almost 2 hours in. Let me just finish this coloring and we can move to the next one. Do 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 do. Sorry. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god. Woo. Okay. Oh. Yeah. God damn. Green tint. Okay. Ooh, the jammer. Da, dun, da, ah, ba, ba. History. Look at me. Finally, I have another side to see. Try maybe. It doesn't me. You gotta see the friends I want to me. See, we moved on to more things, but we got history. Me. Try on me. Do like I do. It's all the shoes. When you look into the thing or two, I know. Good on me. We got history. Hey, look at me. Finally, if I know that that is sad to see. You're trying to thought you came from me. Like your dress, but you fit better in my wrinkled tee. We moved on newer things, so we got history. Oh no. You know I got medicines. I've been alone for so long. And I want to the last sign. Make the whole world go blind. For the last time. And I turn home too. We got history. Give me. Finally, a place I know it had a sight to see. I may be. Person me. Came from me. Better in my wrinkled tee. We moved on newer things, but we got history. You know to go. Ooh, okay. I'm actually liking the color combinations. I think I could make the inner hoodie a little bit more darker. Na 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 na. All the thoughts I have in my head from the sunset, I'm trying hard to stop the rain. 'Cause something doesn't feel the same. Oh my god. Call to tell you drive safe. Will I see you in the morning? 'Cause I don't think I had enough. Why is this a sad song, bro? Mm-mm-mm. Oh, fuck. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, let me work on something else right now. I kind of want to do something. Sorry. Ooh. Oh, fuck. Whoa. A fly. Mhm. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my god. I miss this song. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Pop, 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 pop. Ta, 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 ta. Fuck that. Yeah. Fuck that. Pop, 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 pop. Ta, 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 ta. Oh. Ooh. No, no. Eddie. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Hey, yeah. Ooh. Okay. How do I disappear without anybody noticing? Will anybody me when I'm gone? Ah, ah. I'm gonna do or die. I'm even trying to save my life. Save my life. My fame when I'm gone. They're gonna mask my face. Develop me. How disappear without anybody and it's me when I'm gone. Hello. 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 Hey, what's up, Dega? And Shino. What up, what up? Mm. We have food. Ever. How you guys doing? To play. Mhm. Oh, I am Sinon or Sinexin. Thank you for a follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. How you doing? Mm. Mm. We have food. Mm. How long till our stream ends? No idea, dude. What's up? Mm. Hmm. Da, 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 da. Oh shit! It crashed. Hold up. I didn't pay attention. Hold up. Draw me easy E. Oh shit, dude. On cue, yeah, on cue. That's a big, big you know, big request. There's a legend right there. Comes day. Had enough. Oh my god, sorry. Oh my god. Uh, oh my god. I had in my head. What kind of outfit should I give her? Hey. Am I safe in the morning? Whoops. Do you have to be? Okay, two Bob. Oh, I know. Da 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 da. Hmm. Hmm. Oops. Shit. Anatomy. Fuck. Okay, this is actually kind of hard. Fuck. Uh. 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 Okay. I think we got it. Oh my gosh, it's already 2 hours. Alright, let me just finish this line art. I'm right, bro. Back. Alright, dude. Take it easy. Hmm. Ah. It's summertime. Hmm. It's summertime. Singing love is under kind. It's a to fly. Hmm. Summertime. Mhm, mhm, mhm. I feel like she could go for a long hair instead. Let me try. If I had time, Hmm. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. The fuck? Oh, okay, sure. My heart is wrong. The words true. God damn. Mm. Hum 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 hum. Dude, what is this? 80s club? God damn. In other words, I love you. Do 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 do. Mmm. Bum 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 bum. Hello, those are lonely friends. It up again. And out of time. I'm to blame for this. I found a way to do. The day is true. And for this, I had a way to the blame on you. Had a way. The day is true. Ooh. Da da ba ba. Of time, I'm to blame for this. What a way to choose the day is true. What a way to cast the blame on you. What a way till the day is true. Woo! Bow, 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 boom. Ah, shit, I gotta go to the toilet. What the fuck? It's so easy to send be. Wow. Wow. Oh my god, it's already 2 hours ish. The key and the monster. What a way to do blame on you. Mm. Too smuggy. Let's just use the usual. Yeah. Mm. Mm. The smuggy. The smug. God damn it. The smuggening. Do you love me? Dude, drawing a suit is not easy, holy. To make this looks right. Mm. Oh, Jesus Christ. Scared me. Ooh, a remix. The MASH compilation remix. Let's go. Oh, I love that song. Na, 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 na. Mm. Mm. What is it doesn't feel right? Why is it so hard? Confused. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I fucked up. Fine. Eh, I mean, God damn it, why is it so hard? Fuck. It's always the same. Ah, drawing booba is hard. It's always the same. It's always the same. No way. Oh shit, I gotta go to the toilet. Give me a sec, chat. Summertime. Don't you let me in. Na, 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 na. Ah, fuck. Dude, my wound's still hurting until today. Fuck. Ah, so annoying. La, la, la. Really makes me don't want to do anything. Ah, fuck. Shit. This song's getting out of nowhere. Looks like my internet is all over the place today. Hmm. Ba 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 da ba ba da ba da ba ba da ba da ba da ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Boop. Oh wait. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. He's sliding into DMs. What's up, Gara? How you doing? Knowing your mom. Just had fried chicken. Oh shit. Oh shit. Some quesadillas. I actually never had quesadillas ever before. I don't think it's a thing here. Kind of curious though. Quesadillas. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Yo, by the way, when do you guys want to do? Is it? Are we gonna do it tomorrow? You and me together. Deep Rock Galactic. Today, if possible. We gotta ask Jigs. Yo, you available today? There we go. Or DRG. Alright, I already asked. Yua is chilling. Yua probably can do it anytime. I'm chilling as well. After this drawing, I can do anything. But Jix, it's a matter of if he's awake or not. You know? Da 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 da. It was 4-5 or 5-6. Not 5-6? Oh shit. So you cannot tomorrow. Alright, let's just pray. You can chat Jigs as well. So he's aware. Just ding dong him. Ding dong. Oh shit, jammies. You guys can have it. No! I want it now! Now we can do it today. I asked Jix yesterday and he said, yeah, sure. It's just up to him if he's awake or not. Hmm. Why is she so smuggy? Holy shit. Even meant to do that. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Hmm. All right. Um. think we're good for now. Just gonna let this sit in. I'm kind of not sure what I want to add from this drawing. I just wanna draw some formal outfit. Mm. Ba-da-da. Hmm. I feel like the ear could be adjusted. Fuck. Okay. Should have adjusted it from the start. Goddammit. This is why you sketch first, chat. So you get the general idea of how you want things to be. Instead of drawing everything from the start. It's not even the right angle. Fuck me. Alright, let me just delete. Okay. There we go. That's more like it. It's a little bit too big though. Probably gonna do it like this. Oops. Oh damn. Okay, Rad. It's actually not bad at all. Oh, I forget the hand. face. Wait. Face. Head. Clothes. Yes, I'll do body. Hair. Cat. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh no, drawing hand. I might like this. Just want to draw hands. Fuck. Ah, fuck it. Should probably add the skirt in. Hmm. Da, 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 na, na, na. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. What the fuck, dude? God damn it. How the fuck Lane's so lucky with the gacha rolls? Holy fuck. Three stars. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. How is that even legal? The fuck? That is not even. What the fuck? Bro! That's actually insane. In terms of luck. Holy shit. Yame despair. Good one. Dude. Huh? That's actually scary. Holy. Luck like that shouldn't be illegal. Okay, hold up. Oh, Icarus is already released. Nice. Oh. By the way, Gara, I saw that Happy Chaos is a playable character now in Guilty Gear. I wonder if he's OP or not. Kablum. With two stars. I know. I know. Gosh, I gotta go to toilet. Hold up. If I download a game right now, I wonder if I can actually keep the stream on. Well, before that, Beat Saber Twitch stream. All I ever know. Oh god, fucking Riot Game song stuck in my head again. Oh. KDA. Hmm. Wait. All I ever know. Hmm. Oh, come on, bots. What the fuck was there so many bots today? All I ever know. Dun, 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 dun. Mm. Ah, ba la 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 la. Hmm. Na, 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 na. I wonder if it's fine. This might sound dumb, but I wonder if it's okay or if it's cool if I just stream Beat Saber, but the audio is VOD audio. Hmm. It's gonna sucks for the VOD watchers, but I think it's the only way at this point. Can you play Dynasties and Dystopia? Is that also KDA? it's not. Oh. Jammers. Oh my god. Alright, I think we're done drawing. Cool. Okay, okay. Oh, this scene. Still stuck in my head. Such a cool fucking scene. Uh, my friend said they're just playing. No, I don't think so, sir. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Sorry. But there is a slight hint that they kind of reminisce the good old time. Clearly. God, the beat in the song. Actually, I'm gonna just put it here. Hold up, my favorite now. Oh, not that. Well, that's my favorite. Dum, 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 dum. What do you see? Bam, bam, bam. Come to the playground, follow me. Your nightmares, fantasy. Ah, mm, mm. Whoa. Welcome to playground. Actually, let me make the canvas a little bit bigger. Would it be What would it be? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmare, fantasy. Looking for the wasteland, out of me. I know. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. God damn, the song's so good. Fuck. Welcome to the playground. Come to Oh shit. Wait, what could have been? Nah, not now, man. It's too sad. It's too much, bruh. It's too much. Oh, let me add a color for this one. Oh my god. Fuck. So good. Oh fuck! Goosebumps. Fuck. It's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh. Mm. Bye, goodbye. Bye, goodbye. Oh, it's time to say goodbye. Bye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh. Oh my god, dude. Fuck. Mm, mm. Fuck. So good. So good. It's time to say goodbye. Oh my fucking god. That scared the fuck out of me. Okay. Ah. 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 Mm, 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 mm. Oh my god. Another sad song. Oh my god. Songs. Chills. Sweet boy. The misfit boy. Ah, shit. I fucked up, I think. Actually, fine. Oh. I'm trying to with the misfit boys. Look right. Stare. Up. Maybe it's supposed to be the other way. Monka giga. Ba 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 ba. What's happening? I don't know. Oh, we're good. Oh my god, Jesus. One G Glizzy. Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmare and fantasy. Think into playground, follow me. Race for the night, oh, so you will agree. Is it in sync? Yeah, that's right. I've been tweaking it off stream to make it perfect, so if I sing along with the Spotify thingy, it's not gonna sound awkward for you guys. I've started playing WoW again. Why? What's up, Wolf? How you doing? Follow me. Tell me your night. Yeah, because, you know, DMCA shit. Actually, let me try with YouTube. See if it also delayed. Let's try. I need to play that song on Beat Saber. Playground. League of Legends songs not DMCA, right? Yep. Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll show you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you How's that?
to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland
Welcome to the playground. One more coffee. Of course, we gotta end the song with this. You're the greatest. But when you come, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. E, 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 E. My enemy. E, 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 E. Oh, you are the greatest. Huh. My enemy. E, 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 E. My enemy. E, 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 E. Mm. 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 I swear I'll never be the same. I swear. Oh my god. Okay. You get back when I only have no cigarettes. I don't know. Forgot the name of the song. Is it this one? Oh yeah, it is. That was easy. You used to get back. No secret. Mm. Stop the car. I've had enough. Sad story. Had it. Sad story. Much more. Got a friend. Off. Had it. Of your sad story. Drop of head. Oh my god. Stop the car, drop me off, I've had enough. The car, drop me off, I've had enough. Your sad story. I'm done around. I've had enough. Story. If your sad story. Do 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 do. Dee do. Um. Shit. Sup? What up, Sudo? How you doing? Oh, it's a emerald. Who this? Friend. Recently met. So it was like new peeps. Mm-hmm. How you doing, by the way, dude? What's up? What's up? Waja, waja. Ta-da. All right. Okay. Lighting for the accessories. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Hey, Nani. Oh my fuck. Doo-doo. I just woke up doing okay? Noise, man, noise. Enjoy the weekend, man. Dude, my ears fucking. Ah, fuck. This wound shit is kind of bothering me. Oh, man. Oh my god. Alright. Hmm. Okay, let's add some highlights. I'm on the move. If you try. On the move. And the die. Ooh. Yeah, it's a friend avatar. So we've been hanging out. So I wanna draw their avatar. No, 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 no. Ooh. There we go. I'm on the move every time I just want to see myself at night. I'm on the move time. The moment I die. Eh. Trying to make a little bit more. I'm on the move. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Oh no, not this song. A little house. God. There's a place I and I build a home for you, for me, and I built it appear for me, for you, and I. I live Let's put it here. Mm-hmm. Were we listening to this? I don't know, bro. And I built a home for me, and yeah, for me, for you, and it's time. I think we're good. I think we are good. All right, one more touch. House by a storm. Monka Giga. Well, that's a transition. Da, 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 ba, sa, da, ba, da, da, da. All right. I think we're good. First, I have to download the 25 gigabyte patch. There's a 25 gigs update for Diablo 2. I wonder what they update with their game. Is it, do they like actually improve content, like new contents? Hoi hoi. What up, Kay? Good morning. Look, it's done. Ish. I cannot think of anything else that I can add. What do you think, chat? Oh my god. Oh my back. Jesus Christ. Ah. Shit. Mm-hmm. Nice. Okay. Let me post this on Twitter. Get that. Sorry. Alright, it's time for a game, and what should we play though? Alright, we're good. There you go, chat. HD! Alright. Now, what should we do? What to do? What to do? Uh. Okay. Uh. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hey, what up, TV? How you doing? Hello. Holy shit. I haven't drink at all. Hey, no problem. You like it? I just finished it actually. Nice. I'm glad. Thanks to K. Nice. Now I have more VR chat friends sketches. Let's see how many I have already so far. Got K. We got. We got Onsen. Perry. This one's more of a sketchy. Hold up. This is actually fun. I really like to draw based on like the 3D avatars thingy. Kind of cool. Kind of the learning experience as well. So it's fun. Oh, we got Hachi as well.
Please cut the ringing. It sounds kind of like.
The alerts. Thank you for a follow, TV. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. To be fair, Hachi is not VR chat, but it's a OC, so kind of cool. It's kind of cool. We got Onsen. Oh god, I can barely fit. Do this instead. Jesus, I really overdo Onsen. My god. I really overdo it. I'm pretty sure I got Dell. Oh, I drew Dell with Rhea. Like the date thingy. That was just so cute. Oh my god, I forgot I drew Maria. Holy shit, this is the old one. Damn. Dude, my art style is so changed. Changed so much. God damn. That is also inconsistent as fuck. Can barely stick to one style. What the hell? We'll grow and learn. That's true, that's true. Oh my god. Halfway through Act 1. That's very early. There more? Or I'm Mm-mm. Oh, I got Selkuth and Yua. This one is old. It's like 2018. God damn. I actually really like this old style for some reason. Very this old logo. Hmm. I should replicate this more. This style. Kind of sick. Hmm. Art gallery. What's up, Winston? How you doing? Not rushing nukes. God damn. Senpai. Oh, I'm excited to draw more. We'll see who's gonna be the next one. All right. What should we do now? I'm kind of honestly, I kind of don't know. We could play some games. Hmm. Also, Gara Jig's not available for gaming today. So yeah, probably tomorrow. If you're around, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, why are you so against drawing Cell with cat ears when you had that before? He had this. I drew it. What do you mean? Like the one, the fucking thingy, right? There you go. It's just like it's a little bit minimalistic, but it's the same character. I just drew it a little bit faster. It's a good drawing, actually. Dude, I miss this style. Look at it's so good. How the fuck did I do this? God damn. Look, Yua looks so good. It's so similar with the avatar. I remember. The small one with the paw. Oh man. That's old. That is old. Oh, okay. Is that one on the top left? That is TV. Brand new one. It's the latest art one. The latest art. There's something. It's a good gallery screenshot. Pull up. We could fit in. See if I can fit in Yua and Selkuth. Let go. Nala. Rip the hole through your heart. Circle the love to. Stars, 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 stars. Dude, Selkuth looks so fucking cool. His avatar is so fucking sick. You need to bring that back, I swear. Once in, we need to tell him. We need to tell him to bring that back. I swear. That motherfucker need to bring that back. Okay. Let's see if I miss anyone. Actually, I'll never draw Dell avatar alone. Or OC. Amami. Venice. Dude. Art style, holy shit. It's actually interesting to see this. Kind of see the improvement here and there as well. Kind of cool. All right. Oh my god. Good with drawings. Okay, now what? What should we play today? Ah, my arm's so tired. How long did I draw? 4 hours? Ah. Oh my god. I didn't even realize. It's already 4 hours. Oh well. I was legit planning to like stop drawing and play after 2 hours. But here we are. Let's see what's new on Steam. Hold up. Something. I don't know. Kingdoms 2? Actually, I haven't downloaded that. I forgot. Should though. I should. It is on my list though that I want to play. Oh, Icarus released. Oh shit. Has a review? Oh no. Uh-oh. Give me co-op? Yeah, I heard the Kingdoms 2. The main feature is like it's a co-op thing. I actually have some co-op games that I want to play. Gara. I don't know if I want to try this game now. Looks kind of sick. It's kind of like a Rust on space. What the fuck? Oh, damn. Never lasting survival games. That's the point. You die, you learn, you respawn, motherfucker. Looks like Arclight. If I'm not wrong, I saw the gameplay for a little bit. I forget from who. It's basically like you like if in space, kind of spaceship kind of thing. You drop down.
Icarus
you
was
get there.
supposed to be a second Earth,
Some
kind of paradise. Brought to you
material,
by
like
the best
the
scientific
the
minds
the
in
the, the lore of this game is basically like humans trying to find a new planet to live in, kind of thing. So you kind of like you survive, but at the same time there's some lore that you can progress. I'm not sure if there's an ending though. So it's like kind of like a forest. It's a survival game, but there's some progression system. Kind of cool. Oh, you mean playtime. I mean, you know, you're not wrong. Not wrong. Oh wait, I want to see the fucking. Wait, what is that? Tribe DJ School? The fuck? What? Wait, how is this? Hold up. How does this work? Oh, it's a VR game. Oh shit, wait a minute. This could be good. Oh my god, this brings back. Ooh, I could. HTC. Been so long. This last was touch some DJ set. This could be fun. I could do this on stream. Although I have to like choose some. What is this avatars? What the fuck? Although I do have to choose some non-copyrighted songs and stuff. I could do it. This could be fun. Just give it a try. Alright, Icarus review. Oh no. Early access title advertised as a full release game with bugs from previous betas still present and features in the crafting menu labeled coming soon. Performance is nowhere near optimized. Expecting a consumer to brute force performance with 32 gigs of RAM and a GPU that sells for well over MSRP. Ooh, shit. Alright, we'll skip this. Goddamn. What's this? Guilford. Teardown. Oh, Teardown. Like Tales on sale. Get it, get it. Borrow Trauma is on sale. The Dragon game is out. What Dragon game? Oh, fuck off! God! Shut. Oh, god damn it, dude! Ugh. You're so delayed you didn't even follow it up. Come. Oh my god. Wait, that's not your intention? Are you fucking kidding me? What? I thought you were gonna say Dragon D's nuts. What? Dude, that actually a good bait though. You unintentionally baited me. Oh my god. And you didn't even realize. I'll use that on your stream next time. What? Dragon D's nuts? Did you try Mind Goblin? What is a Mind Goblin? Oh, it's not on Steam? Oh my god, hentai game. Oh my I'm done. This is not okay. This is not okay. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate you guys. In my Crucible something ashes? What Crucible what? I feel like we've played this before. Oh, it's not Crucible. Ashes of something something. Century, not Crucible. What the fuck? Crucible is a different game. It's a shooter game. Honestly, okay, I do like the concept of this game, but it's just not playable. And some of the balancing is just pretty broken. Some of the we played the beta. Some of the dragon are actually stronger than the other. I'm not sure if they already balanced it again, but and optimization is really bad. Like really bad. But it is a cool concept, I do have to say. It was fun. And they make the controlling the dragons really smooth rather than, you know, it's not rough on the edges. So it's kind of fun. And they make it free. We can give it a try again. I don't mind. I just hope they did improve the game from the beta session. How big is this game? Pretty sure it's pretty big. Oh, it's just 7 gigs. But my internet's kind of unstable. I'll download this later. Looks cool. I know, dude. Also, what's up, Keela? How you doing? Free pay to win incoming? Nah. They get money from skins. But don't worry. like this one's. I think they should. I'm not sure yet. Oh wait, hold up. Oh my god. Skins my ass, you Driven. I mean, that's the proper way to do it. If you make a game with a pay to win in mind in 2021, your game will be dead on arrival. At least on Steam. Like people on Steam fucking hate pay to win games. If they find out the game's pay to win, it's gonna be like mostly negative or some shit. So far mostly positive, so it shouldn't be. Game's quite solid, play on controller, so I can speak on how keyboard mouse, blah 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 blah. Get anyone to play solo. The game's yet another case of forced Discord squad implementation. Currently there's no way to play in a solo duo queue. You'll be facing squad more than a half of the time if you do not run with a squad, especially in ranked. Chance of winning, blah blah. Okay. So the matchmaking is kinda scuffed if you find match solo. I mean, it's free. We'll give it a try. Why not? Oh yeah, the Guildford games. This. I played this games. Oh, the Room 4. I keep forgetting to buy this. Let me get it to the cart first. Oh, by the way, next time we're gonna play the Electronauts game, chat. I'm not sure how good it is, considering not many people who play VR know about this game, but I kind of like this kind of game, so we could give it a try. I really love this kind of game. Hey. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna have fun with this game. You stopped drawing for good, Rat? For today, yes. Apparently I've been drawing for 4 hours straight. I didn't even realize. My plan was to stop after 2 hours. Now it's already almost 11 p.m. God damn. Oh, right. Thank you. Wait, did it work? Just chatting. Is it because of the emote it doesn't work? Don't worry, I changed it back. Chatting. Oh, we should play this game. The Last Campfire. I've been waiting for this game actually. This game's actually made by the people who made No Man's Sky. It's like their current, well, the latest project after No Man's Sky. It looks so cute, dude. And beautiful. Where's the trailer? Oh, this trailer. This trailer is the one that hooked me up. Yellow Gates. Oh shit.
When the night comes and you don't know which way to go,
Oh, this song.
through the shadowlands and forgotten paths, you will find the road. Like an owl, you must fly in moonlight with an open eye and use your instinct as your guide to navigate the way that lays before you. You were born to take the greatest flight.
Oh my god, such a good song.
Like a serpent and a dove, you will have wisdom born of love and carry visions from above to the places no man dares to follow. Shelter from the storm.
Oh yeah, it's really sick looking game. Oh no. It's such a great trailer. God damn. Shelter from the storm. Okay. What is this? Eh. Oh yeah, there's a VR game for The Room. Is this good? I really like the Room series. I can play this if it's actually cool. Oh, the theme song. Venice played it once. She liked it. Is it a long game or is it like a one stream finish kind of game? Ooh. Oh yeah, we could play this, definitely. Rather, we should. Oh my god. Looks very high quality. I love it. But it's not on sale. I mean, it's not like I buy VR games every day. I'll put it in the cart first. Summerfield is still coming soon. Oh, it's next year. I thought it was this. Yeah, it's kind of a little spooky theme puzzle game. It's like an escape room style. You did 2 streams? I see. Chad, do you guys remember this game? Got announced earlier this year. It's made by the people, or by the guy who created Inside and Limbo. Which is an amazing game. If you guys haven't played that. Oh, dude. Level design, so good. Oh. So beautiful. Oh my god. Jesus. It kind of reminded me of the War of the World movie, the Tom Cruise movie. Monga Giga. Oh. So good. So good. Okay. I think that's all. Lely Navigation. Nice. Shelter Manager. Happy's Humble Burger Farm. What is this? Is this a horror game? Oh shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Oh, this looks sick. Is this like legit horror or is like a parody horror? I can't tell. Fantastic Fowl. What the? Oh, there's the... Jesus Christ. Okay, whoever made this trailer did a really good fucking job. Holy shit. That's a sick trailer. I got it. Don't worry. That's like the 4th one today. God damn. So many bots today. We can put this on the list for now. Not really interested, but could be cool. Could be cool. Oh, also, the fucking games that I wanted to buy from the sale, the Black Friday Steam sale last week. I forgot to purchase it until the sale's over. But I didn't buy anything. Oh my god. So fucking dumb, dude. I guess we'll just wait for a winter sale. Forest. Buy followers in Automod. True. I could do that. I can do that later. Don't worry. Alright, let's check out on YouTube. See what is up. Or is there any videos that you guys want to show me? Is there anything that I've been missing out? We haven't actually been missing out on some gaming news for almost a week. So if there's anything new, oh, one of the new stuff that I heard about is that whatchamacallit, the Game Awards thingy that's happening next week. Jeff Keighley, the host guy, the guy who created the show, he announced on the Twitter that he is not allowing any Activision Blizzard stuff on the show. Just a baller fucking move. Good for him. That's fucking sick. I wonder if that's gonna get any, I don't know, behind the scene, with the, you know, with the publishers, considering they're so huge, and just directly denying the whole company. That's BayZ. I know. Jeff's been always, you know, like aware of things for his shows. So that's kind of cool. Like the Konami during the Hideo Kojima thingy thing. A random cat video in my feed, YouTube feed.
Oh my god.
A chunky. Oh, there's another cat behind him. Oh. Oh my god. I fucking love cats. It's not Bliss fault, they're no, yeah, for sure. But it's a combination of multiple incident for in the past couple of months this year that kind of just deal this thingy, or like in general. The CEO, some of the senior employees, the culture rumor thingy thing. So like there's definitely like, if the CEO have like involved in the issue, like the whole company needs a deep check, like a really deep cleanup. I know, but all the normal workers gonna pay for it. Unfortunately, yes, but it's not really, there's nothing they can do, because it for Jeff Keighley himself as well, like if he allows Activision Blizzard games to show or appear in the Game Awards, it's also giving him and his shows a bad name. A lot of people, you know, a lot of media is gonna be like, oh, the Game Awards allowing this shitty company to thing. So yeah, it's really unfortunate for the, you know, the employees, very fucking talented developers, and all the team who actually work on the games. I really wish for the best for them, but yeah, you know, that's just unfortunately the case. It is bullshit, but there's not much that can be done, honestly. If you choose either way, everyone's gets the you know, the thingy thing. I'm pretty sure the employees get compensated though. For sure, for sure. And some of them probably wanted to get the fuck out as well. Like if I work at Blizzard right now, I would immediately find another job. It's not good for my portfolio to have a history in that company. You know what I mean? At that point. So hopefully, you know, all the talented people that actually work for the game, I really wish they, you know, get the best out of it. I really. There's nothing new. Nvidia released a 5000 graphics card for Bitcoin. The fuck? GitHub Copilot Center? Oh shit. Yeah, time to go. I mean, I don't know what's happening behind the scene, but you know, if it's legal issues, like they still need to get no matter how well the sales is, like if the game is selling very well or not, they still, I mean, if it's like under a normal contract, they still need to be paid full under, like, you know, the contract agreement. So if anything, it's just the CEO that, or the higher people, that's really getting this, you know, the bad lucks here. If that is the case. Oh, I forgot. Where is he? Of course we have to watch this guy. Skill Up. Four days ago. Nice.
This video is brought to you by Skillshare.
Yay.
Gamers, with the world once again falling to shit, it's nice to be among people who hear the word Omicron and think not of a deadly virus, but of that weird David Cage game starring David Bowie, partly written by David Bowie and scored by David Bowie. Here's a clip for the youngins out there.
You're not the first video game player to get your soul trapped in this dimension, but you're certainly the first to stay alive so long.
It's actually
Still creepy
sick.
as fuck nearly 2 decades later. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to This Week in Video Games. I hope you're doing well out there. I have had a great week. Did a video on Psychonauts 2 over the weekend, which I loved. Thank you to everyone who tuned into that video. I really enjoyed making that one. I'm working on some other reviews at the moment. Some of the games I'm reviewing are kind of a big deal, so let me just say this is going to be a huge week of content that you are not going to want to miss. Might want to hit that subscribe button, ding that notification bell, just a thought. By the way, I haven't mentioned this in a long ass time, but did you know this show is also available as a podcast? So if you don't want to have to watch Austin's subpar, low effort, low quality editing, you can just listen to me serenade you over Spotify or Apple Podcasts or dozens of other platforms. Link to all that in the description below. By the way, I was joking. Austin, please don't quit. I'd be totally screwed without you. Let's do the news. Halo Infinite has had one hell of a news cycle. 2 weeks ago was a torrent of gushing praise, tears of joy flowing, tantric moaning. Fast forward 2 weeks and now everyone realizes they are in fact getting fucked, just not in a good way. Halo Infinite's battle pass and progression were heavily criticized in week 1 when it became clear just how frustrating its challenge-based progression
Wait, I did not expect that coming from Skill Up. Okay.
is, since those challenges ask you to do annoying bullshit like kill 15 people with a sidearm rather than just, you know, play the game, play the objective, have fun.
The
Worse, even
shit.
if you do these challenges, the progression rates were so hilariously slow, it would take you hundreds of hours to grind out the complete battle pass. Finally, the rewards themselves are really frustrating.
I actually ignored the mission when I play the game because it's just so bullshit. It's it actually makes the games not as fun if you do the missions. It's kind of dumb. But at the same time, if you want the skins and all the customizable shit, you gotta do the mission. But just, I don't know, they need to change it.
In their composition, specific armor pieces that can only be used with specific armor cores, or color palettes that are specific to one set of armor. So you can unlock blue for one set of armor, but if you want to put blue on a different set of armor, then you have to buy that blue from the shop. I'm hesitant to describe it in any more detail right now because I worry that Bungie are watching this video taking notes like, very interesting. Halo's woes intensified this week with the release of its first seasonal event, Fractured Tenrai. This is basically a game mode with randomized weapons at spawn and another really stingy battle pass full of annoying challenges, and you're capped so that you can only complete 7 levels of the battle pass per week, meaning that you have to complete the pass over roughly 5 separate weeks spread out over the next 6 months. Nobody likes this. Nobody. To their credit, 343 have been upfront about how shitty all of this is, with 343's lead designer even tweeting that he too was feeling the progression pain and that it was top of his list of priorities. That's good and all, but you kind of wish this stuff was identified and fixed in the 6 years this game was in development, rather than in the 2 weeks since its launch. It's not like this stuff was sneaky, hidden, buggy code. This is one of the most front-facing parts of the game, so it kind of feels like 343 thought they could get away with this because Halo is now free-to-play, but this version of free-to-play is significantly worse than what we used to get when we paid $60 for a complete release. That's not where things should have landed. To make matters worse, cheating has begun. On PC, we're beginning to see aimbots and wall hacks kick in, and it's becoming common.
Is it even a surprise? I don't think so.
Enough that at least some console players are asking for a way to disable crossplay so they can be separate from PC players. That makes sense, and I see no reason why 343 shouldn't accommodate that.
True.
Lastly, I'd point you to this video from The Act Man titled...
Holy shit, dude, the cheating is so bad. Console players demand to disable crossplay. Usually with other games, console players want the crossplay. That's actually impressive.
Halo Infinite is underwhelming and disappointing, one of two.
Shit.
Now, I don't like the title of this video. Given how good Halo's core gameplay, map design, and balance is, I think it's unfair to say that Halo Infinite is underwhelming and disappointing. However, I do think the Act Man provides an excellent breakdown of many of the missing features and game modes that Halo fans should have rightly expected, given the fact that a lot of this stuff existed earlier in Reach and in the Master Chief Collection. Halo Infinite's current challenges are not just progression-based, they're also content and feature-based, and I think this is the best video that showcases that fact. I'll leave a link to it below. It wasn't all bad news for Microsoft this week though. Turns out the best-selling console during this Black Friday season wasn't the PS5, it wasn't the Xbox Series X, and it wasn't the Nintendo Switch, either of them. It was, in fact, the Xbox Series S. Quote, among the over 1 trillion visits to US retail sites measured by Adobe, the Xbox Series S was among the top-selling items thus far for Black Friday 2021, end quote. That is according to the Adobe Digital Economy Index. This is unsurprising from one angle, and that is, you can't buy the other consoles. Other consoles are still suffering from massive shortages and an overactive scalpers market, while the Xbox Series S is generally in stock at most retailers. So yeah, it makes sense that it sells because people don't have any other choice. But I think it's important to remember that people aren't going to buy a console they don't want just because it's on shelves. Xbox Series S is a fantastic console that plays next-gen games at up to 1440p, 60 FPS, it can play every game in the next-gen library, and it is the cheapest path into Game Pass, which is by far and away the best deal in all of gaming right now.
It can play 1440p with 60 FPS? Wait, what? It's actually impressive. Huh, I thought it was on the 30 FPS because, you know, the budget version can actually run 60. God damn. It's better than my PC.
Series S selling well isn't only because people can't get a PS5 or a Series X right now, it's selling well because it deserves to sell. Okay, we've done a good news story now. Let's dunk on Battlefield 2042 for a bit. Battlefield is still in very rough shape. Though it has clawed its way out of the 10 worst games on Steam, it currently sits at number 18, things are still pretty dire for EA DICE's latest shooter as it struggles under the weight of its unfinished technical state and its poorly thought out design decisions. This week, DICE released a massive update that makes clear just how profoundly unready this game was for launch. It talks about PC performance issues, broken hit registration, the fact that the game would sometimes turn off your Xbox while you were playing it. It talks about game-breaking bugs like flying hovercrafts and all the issues people people were having with Bullet Spread and Bloom. So much, all of it making clear what everyone told DICE earlier. This game should be delayed.
Exactly.
One line was really funny though, quote, "We also want to give you the assurance that we're carefully evaluating your desire to see legacy features return. End of match scoreboard, server browser, and features like voice chat are big topics for us to cover all at once, and we have plenty we want to say around them," end quote. Imagine calling a scoreboard a legacy feature.
Oh my god. Oh my god. EA. Oh my god. Woo. Boy. Apparently scoreboard is a thing in the past, chat. Move on. We don't need scoreboard anymore. What the fuck is a scoreboard anyway? Huh? Kill count? Death count? Ping? What is that?
How far we done fall. One story during the rounds this week was that Battlefield 2042's lead designer Fawzi Mesmer is leaving DICE. This sounds juicier than it probably is. It's very common for game developers, particularly designers, to move on to other projects or to go to other companies after a game has launched. Mesmer says that he got an offer from somewhere else that he couldn't refuse, so he's taken it. Fair enough. Like I said, I don't think this was as salacious as many have implied. That might not be the case for this next story though, involving BioWare, who this week was the creative director for the next Dragon Age game. Matt Goldman is a BioWare veteran who's been in the creative director position since 2017. The news came as an email to staff which said, quote, "I'm writing to inform you all that Matt Goldman is leaving BioWare. We have mutually agreed to part ways and his last day is today," end quote. That's the sort of exit that raises eyebrows.
True.
The wording, the suddenness, the fact that no replacement has been appointed yet doesn't imply smooth sailing. We can't jump to conclusions, obviously, but generally speaking, when a creative director leaves a project before it ships, that's not a good sign. We haven't heard much about Dragon Age for a while now, so hopefully things are going okay.
I'm actually excited.
BioWare certainly...
I'm actually excited for Dragon Age, considering that past Dragon Age, you know, most of them are pretty good, considering Mass Effect is kind of not real. Andromeda is still... So I kind of have some hope, but you know, I'm not really hype, but more like, okay, let me see kind of thing. Because I mean, it's Dragon Age. Come on, Dragon Age fucking sick.
Needs this one to be a big win after that disappointing Mass Effect Andromeda and that other game they put out. What was it called? Oh yeah, Anthem.
Wait, I forgot this exists. Oh my god. Hold up. Anthem game. Where is it now? Oh, it's still in the store? Can you still buy it? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. It's still on sale. No fucking way. I actually played the beta. It's so bad. Oh my god. I can barely play. Optimization is so bad. The graphics not even at the top notch. It's beautiful game, but it's not like you know, it's not beautiful. It's good-ish kind of thing. It's like almost on par with Destiny. Destiny 2, kinda. Man, Anthem is such a very bad project. Really. I actually hype. If you guys were here like 2 years ago or fucking 3 years ago, we watched EA. I mean E3 2018 or something when they announced Anthem. I actually was really fucking hyped. I was that guy. I was the one that was like, oh my god, this game looks so good. I cannot wait to play the game. And I got disappointed.
Yeah, Anthem. Here's something cool. We're probably gonna get
fun fact. Just don't get hype again anymore unless it's Dark Souls related.
A Marvel MMORPG. The game is currently in development at Dimensional Ink Studio.
Only good Dragon Age is first. What you mean? I mean, Origin was not bad. I mean, Origin was the first one. Okay, sure.
the team behind DC
I
Universe
can get behind
Online, and the project will be led by one Jack Emmerich, who was lead designer for the much-loved City of Heroes. The project was revealed during an investor call from the company that owns Dimensional
It's
Link,
Marvel!
and they just kind of blurted it out,
That
calling
chess.
it a, quote, Marvel IP-based massively multiplayer online game, end quote. I would like to play something like this, and apparently DC Universe Online is pretty okay, so yeah, good luck to them, I say. While we're on the topic of Marvel, The Avengers is a video game that still exists, for now. And today, PlayStation fans are going to get their hands on Dollar Store Spider-Man. The gameplay footage here is not Spidey at his best. This is like they went to Times Square and roped in one of those dudes that dresses
come
like
on.
Spider-Man so people can take photos with him. But when you ask him to like strike a pose or something, he's like, kid, I got a bad back. Worse, this Spider-Man DLC will not come with a campaign to properly intro the web slinger, as was the case with both Black Panther and Hawkeye. Instead, Spider will be introed through audio logs scattered throughout existing missions and challenges. Crystal Dynamics said they're doing this because, quote, we want to spend our efforts on content that everyone can enjoy, so we chose to spend a lot of our energy on the Claw raid that's coming up at the same time, end quote. Interesting perspective to adopt. Would have been nice to have that viewpoint with regards to Spider-Man himself being playable on other platforms, but to be fair, that's not on Crystal Dynamics. That's really on the Suits and Money Men who handed them this poison chalice.
That's
with
just
Spider-Man now
Sony thing.
shipped, the question becomes, what's going to happen with this game? With an absolutely non-existent player count, no goodwill in the market, and no real fan base rooting for it, I can't see it getting new major updates after this. I guess we'll find out over the coming weeks and months. One game that isn't going anywhere anytime soon is Cyberpunk 2077. With the Steam Black
Oh my god. I love this game. I love this game. I fucking love this game.
Friday sale
You
currently
guys can hate me all you want. I love this game.
running, Cyberpunk 2077 is discounted
Judy.
50%, and as a result, it has been pretty much the highest selling game of the entire sale. Along with new players comes new Steam reviews, and guess what?
What?
For the first time ever, Cyberpunk 2077 has hit very positive on Steam with 80.
No way. What? Wait, how? Is it are they actually fixing the game? Oh my god, it is. Holy shit.
Test of a person's true value.
All right, calm down, Mr. Keanu. Oh shit, I think it's time to reinstall and start from the beginning. And this time I am definitely gonna date Judy. I am gonna get Judy. 100%. I am replaying the game from the start just so I can date Judy. You guys cannot stop me. Why you get an orgasm with every single game? Dude, it's Cyberpunk. It's one of the best game of all time. Alright? I'm sorry. I get passionate with this. Free DLC, improvements, balance changes. Okay.
They got a lock on us.
They got a lock on us. Oh my god. As of patch 1.31, Cyberpunk was a worthwhile game purchase for me. I enjoyed almost 80 hours of time I put. Damn. They actually managed to get back up. My fucking man. Damn. It's trash. No, listen. I am fully aware how really shitty and buggy the game is and everything, but trust me, I finished the game in like a course of like a couple streams back then. Despite all the bugginess, the story, the characters, the gameplays are actually pretty sick. I actually enjoyed it, and I do have to be fair. It is a shitty game in terms of like the technicality, the development, the lack of features that they promise in the trailers. Like all of them are bad. I cannot be any more agree with that. But as like a game, you know, the story, the you know, the gameplay and everything, it's actually good. It's just the amount of bug is just overwhelming the actually good stuff about this game, which is unfortunate. That's why I get it when people decided to not buy the game or even refunded it. But I just wish, or I guess they're doing it right now. They're actually trying to fix the game, and you know, recent reviews is this is in the last 30 days. 28,000 people reviewed the game. Damn. Good for them. Good for them. I guess it's almost time where I can actually recommend this game again. Because I actually cannot recommend this game. Because it was pretty bad. I actually played the game on 40 FPS or some shit. It was really bad. But I just really liked the concept of the game. I enjoyed a lot of the content and the missions. Yeah, it was a scam on day one, definitely. The marketing is really bait. It was a huge bait. But hey, they're just doing their job. Marketing is good at marketing, you know, marketing a product. And they did a good job with that. Alright, I guess it's time to reinstall the game. I'm excited. Second playthrough. Oh shit. I love the shooting part in this game. It's so sexy. Oh man. I miss this game. Whole game was? I mean, not the whole game. There are some of the aspects that actually delivered well. Story, the characters, some of the gameplay. For example, the gun shooting is actually pretty good. The driving is shit, I do have to say. But I guess it's not a bug. I guess from the start the driving in the game is just okay. If I do have to say, especially the bike. The bike was really bad driving wise. But yeah. It's pretty good for what it is. At least right now.
84% of reviews being positive. It comes at the same time as CD Projekt Red president Adam Kaczynski declared that, quote, "We believe that in the long run, Cyberpunk 2077 will be perceived as a very good game, and like our other titles, it will sell for years, especially as the hardware gets more powerful over time." And
it is kind of shorter compared to their previous game, which is Witcher 3, which is like fucking huge. So I cannot argue with that. You're kind of good, right with that. It's kind of a good point for me because I cannot really finish a long game sometimes. So.
And we improve the game, end quote. This redemption arc might be helped along by the arrival of the promised DLC and expansion, at least some of which are scheduled to arrive sometime in 2022. A statement from CD Projekt Red 2 investors reads, quote, "We are hard at work on the next-gen version of Cyberpunk, scheduled to release in the first quarter of 2022, alongside another major update for all platforms. There is also ongoing work on the next-gen version of The Witcher 3 and the Cyberpunk expansion," end quote. I think the arrival of the next-gen version of Cyberpunk, with thousands of bug fixes that have already gone into it and next-gen performance, is certainly going to be a moment for Cyberpunk, since console owners will get to experience the game the way the PC players did. Yes, there are a lot of missing features and gameplay issues, sure, but free from all the performance woes that console players suffered, I suspect more than a few people will come to some different conclusions about how worthwhile Cyberpunk is as a video game. And yes, I know it's still very unpopular to like Cyberpunk or to say it is a good game, but that is what I think. Hey, remember that Bobby Kotick guy? The guy that used to be CEO of Activision Blizzard up at the company? Well, dropped, and Bobby is still in CEO. How about that? It's been over 2 weeks since the Wall Street Journal article dropped, and Bobby is still in there, in the top spot. despite both Sony and Microsoft calling him out on the matter. Well, this week, Nintendo joined the chorus. In a leaked internal email, Nintendo of America CEO Doug Bowser, yes, that is his real name, I feel like I need to confirm that every time, otherwise you'll think I'm joking. Anyway, he told staff, quote, "Along with all of you, I've been following the latest developments with Activision Blizzard and the ongoing reports of sexual harassment and toxicity at the company. I find these accounts distressing and disturbing. They run counter to my values as well as Nintendo's beliefs, values, and policies," end quote. It's great that these companies are taking a stand in their own way, but it hasn't been enough to dislodge Bobby, who seems dug in and encircled by his boardroom buddies, all of whom are in lockstep behind him since they all make a lot of money together. I look forward to the day when I can report on Bobby Kotick's resignation, but sadly it is not this day. A few quick things to finish up.
Someday.
The Star Wars game that Quantic Dream are working on, apparently it's set in the High Republic era, which should be interesting since we don't get too many
Wait,
games
is this the
in that
people
era.
who created
Or really none except SWTOR.
Human
RGG have
thingy
confirmed that they are working on a new franchise separate from both Yakuza and Judgment. We already know that they have a new Yakuza game in the works, so that's at least 2 on their plate. The fate of Judgment remains in limbo. And finally, remember how I said that Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl would be the best-selling games of November, even though they absolutely should not be? Well, your boy don't miss.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ, dude. Nintendo really can do anything and they cannot fail. Even though it's, oh my god. How? No offense. I love, some of the, or most of the Nintendo stuff, but this remake is just not it.
Even though sometimes I really wish I did. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, first up was the announcement of Men of War 2. It's the latest installment in a long-running RTS series that I guess has flown under the radar because I hadn't heard of it, but they've been putting out a steady string of releases since way back in 2004. Anyway, fans were excited to know this one exists and it'll be arriving sometime in 2022. Achilles Legends Untold was revealed this week and it looks pretty good. It's an isometric ARPG starring Achilles as the leading man, and the developers are promising deep Souls-like combat. The visuals look simple but nice, and I like the setting, and it looks like you'll be able to play co-op as well.
You got my interest.
So yeah, not bad. It's out sometime next year. Here's some great news. 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim is coming to Nintendo Switch on April 12th. This is a game I started, but then I stopped, just as it was getting good. I just got busy with other stuff. But everyone who's played this says it has one of the best stories of any game in recent memory. So I'm bummed I didn't stick with this one, and I certainly plan to come back to it someday. The Switch port sounds like the perfect excuse, given that this is essentially a visual novel with some very light tactics-based combat thrown in. It would play perfectly on the Switch. 12 minutes. Man, this was, yeah, this is a weird one. If you know, you know, and if you don't, believe me, you don't want to know. This was exclusive to the Xbox and the PC, but now will be coming to PlayStation and Switch on December 7th. I don't recommend picking it up, but some people enjoyed it, so check it out, I guess. But
okay, I like the game, but I can see why it's not a good game for a lot of people. I really like the game because I like the 12-minute concept, but it is definitely getting, it definitely gets tiring after 1 hour of gameplay because the repetition, every time it repeats, you actually have to start all the way from the fucking start. So the gameplay longevity actually extended unnecessarily because of the reset where you actually have to start all the way from the start. But other than that, the concept is actually pretty cool. The story is actually pretty sick. But yeah, it has some really bad downside that a lot of people probably not gonna like.
But just watch out for that ending. It is a doozy. Terminator Resistance was a sleeper hit fan favorite when it released back in 2019. The game sits at 47 on Metacritic, as critics clearly look down their nose at it, but it's sitting at 92% very positive on Steam, with nearly 7,000 reviews counted.
I did not expect it.
It's kind of hard to argue with. Clearly, the developers were undeterred by the critics poo-pooing their work because they just announced some new story-based DLC titled Annihilation Line, and it'll be out very soon, December 10th to be exact. Finally, the Analog Pocket is about to start shipping real soon. If you haven't heard about this thing, it's basically the sexiest, most feature-complete handheld ever created, and I'm not joking. This thing has more features than the Nintendo Switch and the PS Vita combined, and it plays games from the Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advanced, the Game Gear, Neo Geo Pocket, and the Atari Lynx. Plus, it has a dock so you can play it on your TV, and you can even make music with it because it has this inbuilt music creation tool thing.
Whoa, that
it's
looks
totally wild,
sick.
and it'll probably be the future of the handheld homebrew scene for the next decade. It's hitting on December 13th, but good luck
They
getting
got
your hands
GB
on one.
Studio.
You're going to have to get in a very, very long
Oh my
line.
god, that's
So,
actually
what came
sick.
out last week? Nothing. Next section. So, what's coming out this week? Well, first up is Beyond a Steel Sky, the latest from Revolution Software. This was released on PC to very strong reviews back in 2020, and today will arrive on all consoles, including the Nintendo Switch. Evil Genius 2 World Domination is similar in that it too was earlier available on PC, and it too is arriving on consoles today,
I'm not a
though
big fan of this
sadly
game.
not on the Switch. Good news though, it is hitting Game Pass for cloud, console, and PC. Century Age of Ashes releases on December 2nd after a prolonged period in open beta. This is a dogfighting game, except the term was never about dogs fighting, it was about planes fighting. And now it's about dragons fighting. I haven't played this yet, but I've heard good things, and I mean, this footage looks pretty cool, right? And by the way, it's free to play.
It's
You can try
a
it for
sick
yourself.
game.
It's only available on PC for now, but hopefully we'll see a console release sometime next year. Solar Ash. Boy, I have been waiting a long time for
Wait,
this
is it
one.
already out?
Delayed multiple times, including a cheeky 1-month delay just recently. Solar Ash is finally hitting PlayStation and PC on the 2nd. I will say I'm a little worried about this one, owing to the fact that it's had so many delays, and the game is out in a few days, and I don't think anyone's played
in a
it
few
yet.
days.
I haven't seen any hands-on previews, and we haven't even seen any extended gameplay footage. I have a lot of faith in Annapurna Interactive since they rarely miss, but yeah, definitely wondering what the deal is here. I guess we'll find out in a few days' time. There's a cricket game hitting all platforms but the Switch on the 2nd. I know I'm Australian and I'm meant to care about cricket, but if someone offered me the choice of replaying all of Assassin's Creed Valhalla or watching 1 hour of cricket, I'll probably choose Valhalla. I think that tells you everything you need to know about my relationship with Australia's version of Stickball. Warhammer 40k Battle Sector is one of the rare Warhammer 40k games that's just good. No caveats or disclaimers needed, just a good game with a Warhammer 40k license
It's a
attached to
Gara
it.
type of game.
Rare as hen's teeth. This one released on PC a while back and people loved it. It's now hitting Xbox and PlayStation on the 2nd. Chorus. Now, this one looks cool. We saw this one revealed back during Gamescom, and we haven't heard too much since then, though there have been some previews around it, and it's looking solid. It's an arcade space flyer that seems to lean heavily into its story, which is kind of rare for games like this. The vibe of it just seems really interesting. I'm down for it. It arrives on all platforms, bar the Switch, on the 3rd. And finally, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker is here. The 4th expansion to the best MMORPG on the market today.
I don't play the game,
That's
but
right,
I'm excited
Austin.
for
I
the
said it. Guild Wars
developer.
2 can take a seat today because this is Derplander's time. And whichever star or moon this concluding chapter takes him to, this is going to be a fucking awesome ride. This also marks a dark period for me where every single time I put up a video or a tweet or I go to the supermarket, people will be like, "Hey man, any plans to review Endwalker?" The answer to that question, sadly, is no, at least not anytime soon. Reviewing Final Fantasy XIV isn't a 1-week process, it's a 6-month process. So I'm going to play the game, and I'm going to enjoy it, and maybe one day, when you least suspect it, a wild Final Fantasy XIV review will suddenly appear. Until that time, please don't ask me if I'm reviewing Final Fantasy XIV. Put this on your radar.
I tried this game. It's okay. We tried the beta. It's basically a strategic game.
There was one other game releasing this week that I didn't mention in the last block, and it's this one. Fight in Tight Spaces from developer Ground Shatter. This is a roguelike deck builder a la Slay the Spire,
Deck builder, that's the
combined
word.
with the suited fisticuffs of John Wick. And while it looks simple, it also looks awesome. Cards will be redealt every turn, and they'll give you access to a range of moves like spin kicks and
damn, they're
rising knees and
200? Holy
grapples.
shit.
And the grid-based layout allows you to select precise directions for those attacks or dodge incoming gunfire. Incidentally, there was a John Wick game some time back that was quite similar to this, but it was more of a straight-up tactics game. The fact that this is a randomized roguelike with a super hot aesthetic and plenty of blood splatter, it's just a really nice combo. There is a prologue for this, which is available for free right now, and if you like what you see, you can pick it up today on Xbox and and PC? I'll leave a link to the Steam page below. Sort of free stuff time, and it is a hell of a week. Last great week of the year, no doubt, as we feast our eyes on the December lineup waiting for us. I expect a bit of a drought come January, but that's okay. We'll all still be playing Final Fantasy XIV by that point anyway. Kicking us off is Tim Sweeney's beloved and highly profitable storefront, the Epic Games Store. Right now, you can get your hands on $15 worth of gems for some retro games. Doesn't sound any
Metal
better saying
Slug.
it this week than it did last week. You can also get The Hunter, Call of the Wild, but on December 3rd, you can get 2 new games. The first is called While True Learn, parentheses, which is a weird-ass name, but it's a puzzle game about programming and machine learning, so it kind of fits. The other game you'll get your mitts on is Dead by Daylight, the asymmetric PvP horror game that many have tried to copy, but none have done quite so well. This released back in 2016 and has since then retained a chunky and engaged player base, now about to get even chunkier because all of us moochers will be rolling in there with our free copies. It's Battle of the Billionaires this week, and not to be outdone by Tim Sweeney, Jeff Bezos is coming in huge with a Twitch Prime offering so good, you're going to want to thank the next Amazon delivery driver who shows up at your door. Next month.
Yeah, my internet's getting really bad. Oh no. Is the stream still going?
Amazon Prime or Twitch Prime, since they are the same thing, by the way, you will get Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered, the excellent survival real-time strategy hybrid Frostpunk, the short but sweet Journey to the Savage Planet, Football Manager 2021, Tales from Monkey Island Complete Pack, and a smattering of other smaller titles. That is one hell of a haul, and all of that is included in your $5 a month subscription, and all of those games, you get to keep them forever. You win this round, Jeff. Tim, don't let
subscribe with Twitch Prime, thank you. Mwah.
Him get away with this. Next month, you should give us free Halo cosmetics. In Halo, by the way, not in Fortnite. Fuck that. Xbox, it's a good thing you guys have Game Pass to point to, because this Games with Gold lineup is getting beaten like a rented mule across social media. You got The Escapist 2, Tropico 5, Penultimate Edition, Orcs Must Die, and Insanely Twisted Shadow Planet. What the fuck is that? Tell you what, there's certainly one video that benefited from the removal of the dislike counter on YouTube, and it's the video where they announced the monthly Games with Gold lineup. Soon people will get there and be like, oh look, this video with 100,000 views has 100 likes. Must be a great lineup. Just the way YouTube advertisers wanted it. Don't think you're getting off the hook this week, Sony Ponies. You're up next. This month, as part of the leaked PS Plus lineup, still not confirmed by the way, but it's pretty solid. You'll get Lego DC Villains. Okay, never a bad word to be said about a Lego game. You get Mortal Shell, which is a very competent Souls-like.
Really good
plenty
game.
Of developer updates and new content added to it, so
I
that's
love
not
it.
bad. I saved the best for last though. Godfall is your PS4 and PS5 game of the month. When I reviewed Godfall last year, I did not think it was a very good video game, and in my conclusion, I said this. So that's my final score. Will go free to play or get deleted out of 10. Lo and behold, here it is now, basically free as part of PS Plus. All those suckers who paid $180 for this game at launch, every one of them deserves a refund now. Is it going to happen? No.
I am praying for all the people who actually spent $180 for this game. I feel bad. Go get some ice cream. Jesus fucking Christ.
No, it's not. Should you play this game now that it's basically free? No, you shouldn't. But are you going to listen? No, you're not. You're going to get sucked in by the shiny graphics and the cool-looking god frames, and you'll think, it can't be that bad, right? And then you'll play it for yourself, and you'll realize. And where will that lead you? Right back to me. Ladies and gentlemen, our feel-good story for the week comes courtesy of Ubisoft, or more specifically, not from Ubisoft.
It's Godfall.
This week, a tweet was doing the rounds from someone trying in vain to play Splinter Cell Blacklist online. After weeks of trying to get a response from Ubisoft customer service, he finally got one in the form of a forum post. Quote, rest assured, we are aware of the issue.
Thank you for the follow.
Given
Appreciate
the
it.
age
Welcome.
of the game in question and the relatively inactive player base, the game team has decided to not devote any further resources into rectifying this issue. Any support tickets submitted regarding this issue in the future will be met with a 7-day ban. Further offenses will be met with a permanent ban, end quote. Now, when I saw this, I was like, this can't be real. No way. But this post was stickied and locked by a mod on the forums, which does give the post a lot of legitimacy, even though forum mods are often not Ubisoft employees. So, what happened? The story gets picked up far and wide, with major publications including Kotaku reporting it as fact. There was only one problem. It was all complete bullshit. Ubisoft would respond to inquiries by saying that someone on the forums had impersonated a Ubisoft employee, and so their customer service was not in fact threatening to ban people for raising customer support tickets. Furthermore, the imposter was banned and Ubisoft...
How? Okay, I need to actually see this myself. How can you get... What the fuck?
Ubisoft apologized for any inconvenience. There's a lot of people dunking on news outlets for covering this story, but let me tell you, as someone that has dealt with Ubisoft customer support, I would not have been at all surprised if this were 100% true. It is legendarily bad customer support.
Oh, it's you.
So I feel like
it's
we ought to
bad.
cut Kotaku some slack on this one. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the 5th last This Week in Video Games for the year, which means that it is your 5th last chance of the year to hit the like button on this video. That is a rare opportunity.
Good
Don't let it
video.
slip through your fingers. Hit the like button right now because, you know, it might not be there next week. YouTube's doing all sorts of crazy shit right now. Who knows if we even get to like videos next week, okay? So seize the day, right? I appreciate you stopping by. If you want to come back, be sure to hit the subscribe button.
Subscribe,
ding the
chat.
notification bell.
Really
Big
good
week ahead.
channel.
You don't want to miss it.
Good
And you know what
video.
else you don't want to miss? This week's sponsor, Skillshare. 2021 is
sponsor.
fast closing, meaning that the
not
bright
skip it.
possibilities of 2022 await
That was a
you.
good video.
Will you spend them whiling away your time on Destiny 2, grinding out
Not much of
countless
a
scroll
big
way?
news for
I know I
gaming,
will
but
be.
again,
But in addition to that, I'm also going to try and
I
better
guess
myself.
because,
I'm going to try to sharpen my skills as a
you know.
writer, touch up my editing skills for the inevitable day when Austin ups and leaves me because he wants to work as a full-time lumberjack.
Game
in New
Awards
World. And I'm
next
going to
week.
try and find some better work-life balance because YouTube is a pretty all-consuming gig, and I am really not good at managing my time.
what day again? Doo-be-doo-be-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-be-doo. December 9. That is on Thursday. God damn it. Oh, it's on weekdays. I doubt that we can watch this live on stream, but I will try because I really want to. Where's music? That's loud. I really want to play this, watch this live. So we'll see. We'll see. Because all the good stuff is in the Game Awards, and I don't want to not watch it live and then get spoiled on Twitter on what came up and bada bing bada boom. So we'll see. All right. Anyways, looks like I cannot continue to stream any longer because internet says fuck you, and just my upload speed just go all the way down. That's what's causing the issue thingy. So I guess we are good to go here, chat. Think we are good to go. It's a good session though. It's a good stream. We draw things for 4 hours and then get some, you know, get some bada bing bada boom news and stuff like that. I reached my sub goal? Wait, what sub goal? Oh, is it the fucking... Yeah, that I have no idea. I have no idea how does that work because right now I have like 54 subs, but in the sub goal it says 60. And I don't remember setting that up, so I don't know. But hey, hell yeah, I guess. Pretty sick. I don't know. I actually don't know how do you access this. I guess they kind of turned it on manually or something. I have no idea. But hey. Pretty cool. But anyways, chat, I think that is all for today. Probably gonna chillax. I would love to play some games, but with this internet, all you guys gonna see is a bunch of pixels. So that is a no-no. That's not gonna be fun. So unfortunately, I have to end the stream today for today. But we'll be back either tomorrow or on Monday. gonna do some more either Half-Life Alyx. I want to continue that, or hanging out in the chat till the end of the stream. I appreciate everyone. Thank you, TV, Sudo, Gara, K, and everyone else who's chilling out in the chat. Onsin, Aquila, who's chilling out, Lurkin, and all that kind of stuff. Appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much. I'll be back on the next stream either tomorrow or
shampoo. Shampoo.
Sudo to gifted a tier 1 sub to Aquility TV. They have given 221 gift subs in the channel.
with the gifted sub to Aquila. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Much love. Thank you for the support. Oh my god. Thank you. Get it right. And Aquila, enjoy your sub emotes. Where was I? I forgot. Alright. I'm gonna be live either tomorrow or on Monday. I usually get a day off for Sunday. But if I got bored or if I got nothing to do, I will stream tomorrow. If not, I'll see you guys on Monday, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, or 7 p.m. GMT plus 7. If you guys want to get notified whenever I go live, obviously, follow the channel if you haven't. The down right of the screen. Or you can also follow me on socials, Twitter and Instagram. Both of them in the panel down below. Check it out, or you can type in !socials in the chat to get a link into each social thingy thing. Yeah. And also, if you want to hang out with the peeps off stream and talk about what did you guys talk about last time? Oh, and talk about some G Fuel stuff, or not G Fuel, sorry, Level Up. I'm not sponsored. Or yeah, if you guys just want to hang out, come by, join up. The Discord is in the panel down below. Click it up. Pretty cool. It's pretty chill, you know. Yeah. Oh, and also, it's still brand new, but now we do have a dedicated website for VODs. That's right, baby. Rattrap.live is live. I do hope so. So if you guys want to watch previous VODs that is not available on Twitch, that, you know, this one's gonna be available forever, because as you guys know, on Twitch, VOD's gonna get deleted after 14 days or 2 weeks. So if you guys want to watch like some really old VODs in the future, you can, because right now it only have stream from this week, because the feature just got live this week. And huge thank you to Nono, who helped me build this, literally the whole fucking thing. I just help him, like, you know, connecting things, this and that, but he built the whole thing, or, you know, with some hookups from OP. So yeah, huge fucking props to No. Thank you. He's probably not here right now. He's in he's AFK, but thank you, appreciate it. It's this is a fucking huge thing.
It is
actually.
No, the real mod, the real MVP clap.
exactly. So yeah, if you guys want to check out old VODs, you guys can just click on this, you know, gonna have the little loading,
And yes.
and there you go. It's a VOD. It actually have the Twitch chat thingy, but it's kind of there you go. Look, it's a VOD, but also have chat from the stream at that day. Isn't that insane? It's fucking sick, dude. So yeah, huge thank you to No for helping me build this, and even getting the rattrap.live URL and shit like that. Thank you. Say thank you no in general launch in the Discord. But yeah, there's that. There's some other stuff as well on the website. All my socials and Discord and SoundCloud if you guys interested in all my music that I made. Yeah. Check it out. Rattrap.life. And with that being said, I think that is all for today. Thank you guys all for watching. Appreciate everyone who hang out till the end of the stream. Don't forget to follow the channel. Follow me on socials, Twitter and Instagram at Rattrap or in the panel down below. Join the Discord, also in the panel down below. And subscribe with Twitch Prime if you have some. That as well. But other than that, I think that is all for today. Thank you guys all for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care. Much love. You know, all that kind of stuff. Drink a lot of water. Stay healthy. Stay, you know, stay, keep moving forward. Yeah, try to find a wise word, but I cannot. Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys all for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one, either tomorrow or Monday, 8 a.m. Eastern Time or 7 p.m. GMT plus 7. Thank you guys all, once again, for sticking out, spending your time with me in the stream. And yeah, thank you. I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace out. Enjoy your weekend and have a blessed weekend. Or love you all. Thank you. Bye bye. I know, man. I know. Oh my god, I'm already tearing up. Oh, I got a perfect wallpaper. Wait. Bye bye. What the fuck, Pseudo? Jesus. I gotta blow my ear up at the fucking end of this. What the fuck is the? Dude, the fuck is the? I was ending. You ending. You ruined the ending. Thank you for this gifted sub to Mary underscore VR. By the way, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love. What the fuck is the timing? What the fuck, man? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I love you. Thank you. God damn it. Alright, peace out. Good night. Bye bye. Love you all, chat. Love you all. Enjoy the weekend.